What's up, YouTube? How's it going, y'all? Another build, another day, another time. So when we left off last time, we were waiting for this guy, which ended up taking 48 minutes and 8 seconds. So I'm glad I didn't sit here the whole time and watch it, but we're just going to jump right into it and keep going. And we're going to mute until anybody wants to chat or anything, but yep, I'm just going to put my head down and go into it. I guess if anybody's watching, if you would rather have me playing music in the background, I'll do that. But for this one, we're just gonna go. So Hey, what's up? How you doing? Yep, back at it, brother. Yeah, that last look at this. Running this package worked for almost a damn hour trying to get this, and then now we ran all of our tests, and now it's it was kind of crazy. I thought it was funny. I just went to bed and let it go. You get any building done today? Oh shit! Good call. Thank you, brother. Look at that. I appreciate you more than you know, man. That would have sucked because I'd have been sitting here for 6 hours just staring at myself. So yeah, worked for 48 minutes and 8 seconds on this prep, slice 34 prep. Ran, I think, 7 full tests and then created like 2 different uh, copied repos. How it doesn't show. There we go. Shortens it a little bit. Now it's going to take another hour and a half. Just looking for the ones that failed. Oh, that's cool. What's the game about? Or wait, you're talking. Is it that I have a lot of people shoot me stuff to check out and look at. Is it the what is it, the RPG, right? I'm probably wrong, but okay. What's it about though? Like, what type of game is it? Yeah, I hate that when you get one idea and then all these other ideas start spawning off of it or just coming to you, and then you're like, I can't let that thought go. Yeah, one time I wrote a whole handbook for a tabletop RPG, and then we played it for like a year and a half. Like, there was 7 of us that were playing it. Just testing engines. Have a list of 100 games. That's crazy. That's cool though, because you never have nothing to do, right? Said you're building a cool site. I might like. I probably will. I don't even know what it's about, but I'm sure I probably will. Uh, is it like a game engine site or something, or is it something completely different? Gotcha. So not a game that's in beta now. Trace kill. Sounds like a first person shooter, obviously, then, right? I would imagine. Com. What the hell? A public check. What to do? Load a Trojan onto your computer so you can get everything off of it. No, what's it about? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, data security is something that people don't think about enough. If you send me the ad, I'll go onto it. I'll check it out. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, now that whole conversation makes way more sense to me. Sorry. That's what trace kill is. It's a website that helps with data security. I'm not going to go to it now. I'll go to it when I'm done with all of this, like later tonight. I absolutely will go to it. You send me the link. I'll save it. Yep. No, I take too many rabbit holes when I'm building, and then I lose track of where I'm going. Oh, just tracekill.com. That's pretty cool. You made it with Claude, didn't you? I can tell by the. I would put money on you made it with Claude. Claude always seems to add their same look to it. That's cool though. That's super sharp looking. Everybody. That's super sharp. Good job. Yeah, I'll dig through it. I'll look at it. Let's see what do we got here. Or I guess there's not really much to dig through, huh? But that's cool. Let's see. Pass. True. Perfect. So 34 operation complete. Is that it? Cool. Yeah, I'll run it on my laptop and see because that's where this rig is just primarily for development. So this I don't ever go on any sites with, and it's linked up to a different account and everything. So this wouldn't be the computer I'd be worried about. It'd be my laptop. That's the computer I let other people touch. Oh, okay. So it finds where your data is being sold and then sends requests for you to have it removed. That's not bad. It's actually really cool. You know, and I know that I'm not. So the older generation, they're the ones that really need to understand that. They're the ones that needs to be presented to. That's why they receive all them phone calls all day. That's all. That's what I hear them complain about. And then they have no clue how anybody got their data. And they're like, "Well, you went to a site, put your phone number or your email address. That's all. That's all it takes." Yeah, I'm pretty head sound about putting certain emails or phone numbers anywhere online. That's cool though. Did you find any of your data online or something? What gave you the ambition to create that? So just to see if you could do it. There's a few big companies trying to do it, but I wanted to do it better. Nice. Yeah, and the crazy thing about them big companies is they're telling you about it, and then you give them permission to go search your name up, and then now they have all that data about you. That's the funny part. And then they resell that data. That's the funny part about a lot of then the those types of things where it goes and tracks down your data. All you're really doing is just letting it scrape, giving it permission to scrape your data. But I'm sure yours isn't like that. I'm sure yours is actually there to help people, which is why it's better. I'm sure. Says going to make it a learning site. They can do it for free themselves and learn how to small fee, let use it, do it on auto, and keep an eye for it. Nice. Said check out another one. It's called Holly Hunter. Yep. All the extra time that I have has to go into this. I'm behind on my on my progression board of where I want to be at right now. But moving to Texas kind of did that. It took like 2 weeks out of my build just to get settled, internet, get my computer set up and everything. Been building like crazy, taking advantage of subscribe frontier models. Yeah, that's why they put it out. That's why I thought I actually had a whole argument in my head about after they released 5.6 Sol and then took off the limits, and Sam said, "Now go build." I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, that's exactly what everyone's doing. But it's something like 6 million subscribers now. gotten so much experience and so much system and stacks in the last 2 years. It's crazy. I know. That's what I'm saying. The last 3 years for me, I've been just pounding at a computer more than I have ever in my life. Even playing Oregon Trail as a kid. Got 4 apps in testing mode on Play Store. Have my interns learning app testing deployment. Perfect. That's awesome. That's the best when you have other people that are on your right on uh, the same wavelength as you. Can you explain all this authorization stuff I'm seeing in development? Never seen anything like that. Is that for you to confirm the code is right since you're not reading it, or something else? It's basically to so everything that's done gets recorded, even if it's wrong or it needs to be rolled back. Everything gets recorded. So in order to do that, we had to figure out a way to keep all of that, to be able to ingest all of that with machine learning rather than language. So yeah, it verifies itself and then verifies that it's running, and then this is how it shows me that it all passed without having to go through the actual files themselves. Because I mean, it could be lying to me for all I know. I could be wasting my time on this, but with the verifiers, it gives me a little more confidence in it. Because then once we get it all together and then actually run it, then we run the actual tests. I mean, really, it could be. It's not that I haven't thought about that, but just have faith and keep pressing forward that it's actually doing what I'm asking it to do. And that's why I also have so many things written out for it to check on and go back to verify that it's actually running the way that I wanted it to, rather than just prompting it and saying, hey, I want to build an operating system and then having it do whatever it wants to do. It actually has guidelines and structure that it can build from. Just like with anything that I build, I write a whole book on it before I even try to put code into it. All right, cool. Yeah, well, once I get to the point where we're working back on Forge, I'm going to uh, put all the code onto GitHub. So I just want to make sure that it's working, so that I don't gotta keep pushing and pulling from GitHub. I can just do it all at once. And with the amount of memory that's in uh, uh, chat or GPT, I'm not too worried about it going back and forth or having to look from GitHub, because I mean, really, this is the only thing I work on with ChatGPT. I don't ever do much anything else with it besides AI web stuff. Yeah, it would be cool to, once I get it up onto GitHub, to like do like a live of it. That would be cool if you would be down. We can just go over it and absolutely tell me what you think, and changes and hardening and whatnot, whatever. I'll take all the feedback I can. Because I do have a couple people that look it over, but because they got lives and they're just doing it for free to progress the build, it takes them a while to get through it and then get back to me on it. So that's funny. It says a book before the project. I think of it, and the next day I usually already build it. It's like the opposite of me. That's funny. Yeah, that's just the way my brain works. I gotta understand it. I gotta understand and see the big picture before I build something. For me, it's like trying to build a house without having a blueprint. I couldn't do that. I mean, I could, but even like building uh, what would you call it? I guess a wigwam. It's not really like when I go to smoke ceremonies, we build the actual structure. Even that, I have to like draw it out where we're going to do it. Like I'll draw the trees around it and then draw the whole like where north south is. And I know I'm weird. I'm weird like that. You were a CAD drafter. Yeah, I messed with CAD when I was in high school. I don't know. For me, it was always there wasn't enough tools on CAD to like it didn't operate the way that I would have designed it, so it always frustrated the crap out of me. Yep. Even so, I worked for a yacht, like a company that built yachts, and I was one of their prototype builders. And even then, I would do the sketch and then bring the sketch to uh, the 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 engineer, and then the engineer would take that sketch and put it into CAD, and then that's how it would get designed. Love AutoCAD because you can make a mistake and just fix it so fast like that. When I draft by hand, it was more fun. Yeah, and see that's I need to have like for me it's easier in my brain to be able to just make it rather than trying to find the tool to make the actual you know but I love prototype engineering. I love taking something that doesn't exist and actually making it into real life. Uh it's so satisfying once like the piece comes back in and you're like this was 2D, now it's 3D in my hands. Woohoo, we're in slice C now, finally. Found a directional language kernel. We're actually getting into some good build now. Now that we got all the information in one spot. have a 3D printer. It's great for that. I design and print the housing for my Jarvis Nano. Nice. Yeah, I have a guy who does all the 3D printing that I'm going to need. We haven't designed the actual case yet though, because it keeps changing. So that's why I've had to stop thinking about it, because I had to wait to see by the time we get this all out what's going to be out there, especially with NVIDIA coming out with uh, all of their, how would you call it, their AI personal boxes or whatever. That is really crazy how much it lines up with the Genesis node that I designed about a year ago. I thought it was cool. Man, the crazy thing is building it this way with all of the checks and proofs and lawful limits. I've noticed that ChatGPT is like these chat threads that I'm using. They try to stick to the same authority measures. It's kind of cool how it absorbs it and uses that, like, keeps that idea without trying to overtake it with whatever GPT wants to do. be extremely patient. I get bored easily. Hey man, I was I was born in, or I used to watch my what is that? What was that called? Oh, where we would download music all the time. I forget what it was called, but we would watch that on dial-up. So I definitely, I do have patience. I have a lot of patience. It was really crazy back then watching, like, because I was a skater, so that was one of the only ways to get skate videos is to download them. So you just sit there and watch it. Click 2%, 3%. Napster. Yep. Yep. Oh wait, there was one before Napster. There was one before Napster. But yeah, Napster was the one who took all the Napster was the one that took all the heat for it, but there was one before Napster that we all used. Yeah. I'm the type of person that could sit there and talk to a wall painting, where the paint's drying on it. I've watched a pot of water boil. No, that's just the thing, I would rather sit here and let it do its job than just switch to a quicker model just to get it done quicker, because that's not the point of, I want it to be exact. It has to be exact. If it's not exact, then I feel like I've failed. Well, that's also why I do my builds at night, because I've found out that during the day, trying to trying to jam all these tokens through just doesn't work. It takes even longer. Like like the one I was waiting on last night, 48 minutes. That's ridiculous. That's why I'm glad I just cut the stream, turned my monitor off, and went to bed. I let it do what it's doing, and then just went to bed. Because yeah, sitting there staring for 48 minutes. Yeah, that's also why I never assumed anybody would want to sit here and watch it. So I'm just recording. Rather than just recording it and putting it on, I'd rather do it live. That way people know that it's live, like that it's actually what I'm doing, and there's no trickery going on. Because with some of the other demos that I've put out, I had a lot of like, no, that's not real, or that's just complete AI. Just because AI.Web is in the name, they think that I use AI to make the videos of what I'm doing. So I figure I'd just make this for historical reference of when it's finally done. But this takes so long because it digs through all the files and digs through all the Google Docs to make sure that it understands what I expect out of it, because it knows I'll call it back out. Yep, YouTube is a free record keeper. Exactly. That's what I was figuring too, because I used to do what are they called? Not Zoom. It's not Zoom. It's what is it called? I used to do another platform, but then I got thinking about it, and I was like, well, if that place goes out of business, then what happens to all my videos? Yeah, they're saved on my computer, but I don't have any of them live videos to link to. So figure YouTube's not going anywhere. It's Google, so it's not going anywhere. Plus all of the transcripts that Google gives you. because those can be parsed. So I figure that's another advantage. And right now we're making the meaning structure manifest. So that's why it's collecting all the, because it's also running through, uh, it's also running through a database of files. It's got the boundaries. Use it on your Google meetings too, so you have a record of all the progress and ideas every day. Right, and it's free, right? You don't have to pay for a whole subscription to it. Like I don't have a subscription to YouTube. Yep, and it's free. And I feel like it's one of the best place to put or open source stuff because so many people use it all the time. Which is crazy going back to the history of YouTube and the first videos on YouTube. Search document 9 for meaning structure manifest requirements. You can really learn whatever you want from there. There's no end. Like working on a car, I was working on what was it? It was a Buick. It was anyways. They're pretty. I guess they're pretty hard cars to work on, but once you look up a video how 10 different people did it, and then try each way, and then figure out which way. Because that's the cool thing about YouTube is that there's people who do the same thing different ways, and one way works sometimes, one way doesn't work. So it's not just like one how to do it. There's like a bunch of people who are trying or who are doing it and do it different ways. That's what I like. Yep, and it's not going anywhere. When you were growing up, you had gaming mags with guides for gamers. Now you can just YouTube any part of it instantly. I know it completely. Magazines are completely killed. It's wild. What was your go-to game magazine? Because when I was younger, there was only pretty much one, and and only place you could really get it was at I want to say GameStop. Was that what it was? Now with AI, you can even play chess online. I know it's ridiculous. Yeah, I thought so. He said before GameStop. There was a place before GameStop was a thing where you got where I remember getting my game magazines from. And it wasn't Blockbuster. They had them, but it wasn't Blockbuster. Before Blockbuster. So you must be just about my age then. Yeah, I don't really have a good memory from child. Like I don't have like not that I don't have good memories from childhood. I don't have a good memory about my childhood. Like I don't remember it very well. Kind of just feels like a blur. The '90s, the '80s and '90s were a blur. I just remember having lots of fun riding a bike. You're 80. That's what's up. Well, respect for you getting into. Uh, well, I guess you've probably been in tech then. You probably had like a Commodore and everything, huh? Oh, you were born in '80. Okay. Okay, yeah. So you're a little older than me then. That's cool. I was born in '84. Good old '84. The year George Orwell said everything was going to change. Come on. I think it'd be funny if after we get done with all this, it just generated an image. I'd be so mad. I've had to do that before. So you remember the days of riding bikes all over town then, probably? Used to ride mountain bike off road a lot in New York City trails. That's awesome. See, I grew up in the Detroit area, so all of our trails were like through broken down factories and stuff like that. The streets going through all of the alleyways and stuff like that. I remember all of that. There was we would ride like 12 deep, like our whole block. So we were on BMXs though. We weren't on mountain bikes. And you were really cool if you had a mongoose back then. Now they sell them at Walmart for $100. I know I about puked when I saw Walmart selling mongoose. Yep, those days. I know, right? And now I'm scared to get shot riding a bike down the road. I don't even stop at stop signs anymore. NYC had some good trails. I'll bet, especially probably in northern New York. You've been to Detroit? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't actually live in Detroit. I lived in Warren. I was born in Pontiac, an even worse place. Yeah, I mean Detroit over the last probably 10 years has gotten a little bit better, but you've been to Farmington Hills. That's a real nice. We used to go to Farmington Hills. And we were little street rats for sure. But that was cool because we would roll deep when we would all go out, and my parents, like everybody says that they had the rule of be home before the lights came on. My parents didn't care, especially if it was a weekend. They didn't care. We were out until we got tired. Not really that much in Detroit. You know. Shoot, then my parents moved us up into northern Michigan, and that was such a culture shock, moving from the city up into a place where we, like, when we moved from Warren, we moved into like a house out in the middle of nowhere, and we literally had to wait for elk, to like a herd of elk, like talking hundreds of elk, to get across the road in order to even get to the bus stop. Then the 30-minute ride from the house to the bus stop, there was still another hour ride from the bus stop to the school. That was like the biggest culture shock of my life. I remember we went in first day of school. My mom had us looking all sharp with my brother had like cross colors. I don't know if you remember those, and our Nikes and Adidas wear and stuff like that. And all these kids were wearing like just t-shirts, jeans, and beat up shoes. I felt so out of place. It was honestly, it was looking back on it, it was absolutely like the best thing my parents could have done for us because we were doing nothing but getting in trouble. I mean, there was nothing to do in Warren besides drugs or get in trouble, and I knew from a young age not to do drugs. So so fortunately for me, I never got caught up in anything too bad. I always kind of had a little bit of a head on my shoulders. If I remember one time living at that house in northern Michigan where like I was an explorer. I went out back. I would walk the whole the whole backwoods. I remember one time I walked up and there was this big old bobcat, and I'm talking like yeah, maybe it's because I was a kid, it looked bigger, but it was just sitting on a chopped down tree stump, just looking at me like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, "Whoa, sorry, buddy. I don't mean to be in your." He didn't growl at me or anything. He just watched me. And I was like, "Sorry, buddy." And I took a couple steps back, and like I remember walking back over stuff, making sure not to turn my back to it. It was the wildest experience of my life at that point. I'll never forget that. It was like gray and black. It was beautiful. It was like I was in awe because I had never seen an animal like that up close besides at like the Detroit Zoo. And it's definitely not the same knowing that you're in their house. And now when you go up there, you have a chance of seeing a mountain lion or a cougar or whatever. North American lions. Those things are trippy to see too. I remember when I lived up in the UP on reservation, I remember driving at night. I saw this, what I thought was a dog cross the road. And I look over, and there it is, prancing off into the woods. And I was like, that was definitely, because you could see its big bushy tail. Like, that was definitely a bobcat or mountain lion. Yeah, I have a couple mountain lion stories from living in the UP. Took a trip with your wife to Yellowstone, got to see some things. Ooh, that would be beautiful. I'd love to go to Yellowstone. I'm closer now, but I really want to go to New Mexico. Because now I'm in West Texas. There's a lot more to explore. I've explored all of Michigan. I think Michigan has over 300 waterfalls, and I've seen documented 217 of them. Now I want to do the same thing for the rock and monuments. Took a trip to a cabin. That's and that's how I would want. Like, if the world was good and peaceful, that's exactly how I would want to live. I mean, it's exactly how I want to live now. Actually, I want to move. I really want to move to Alaska and just disappear up into Alaska. But I have too many things in life that hold me back. Not hold me back. That I don't want to go because of. This guy's really thinking, isn't he? Yep. And I'm glad that he is, because this is the meaning structure manifest. This is the actual build for the manifests of the memories. So I guess I'm glad that it's taken its time. You want to go to Michigan? Your friend does a festival in the forest in Michigan called Electric Forest up north, you think? Yep, I've been to Electric Forest. I've been there. It's cool. But it's over the last couple times that I went, it just seemed like it got too big. Like, there's cops sitting outside and stuff now, and people selling like selling stuff they shouldn't be selling, and then on top of it being fake stuff, so you don't know what you're really getting. Yep, I've been to Electric Forest. I've been to there's like 4 or 5 really really good ones. The ones that I ended up going to over and over again were more like the bluegrass festivals, and uh, like there's a festival in East Jordan called Meadowfest, and I was going to that since it was like just 50 of us out there playing music, around the bonfire. Your friend works for that company. They own 51% by Live Nation now. Insomniac. That's what's up. Heck yeah, the group. it definitely grew into a commercial thing, which isn't bad. I mean, everybody enjoys themselves there, and it's always fun being around people with like minds. But there's always the predators there. You know what I mean? There's always people there trying to not just have fun. Yep. I stopped going to festivals maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I like it when there's a small group of people that I know. That's why Meadow Fest in Meadow, not Metal, Meadow Fest in East Jordan is, and even that one's starting to get too big now. They don't think so, but it's cool. Some very, very good foggy memories from there. Last festival you went to was Ultra Abadiki last set. True. Mind me, but I don't even know who that is. Last festival you went to was Ultra Abiki's last set. That's cool though. That's cool. You check that off. Check that off the list then, huh? So before he died. I'll bet you I do know who it is. I'm, I'm not. Okay. So is I see. Yeah, that would be cool to go to, but even like that's too many people for me. That's way too many people for me. Because all it would be, I wouldn't even be able to enjoy the music. I'd be too bothered by everybody touching me. Yeah, and I'm sure I've heard. I mean, like you're probably going to say no, but to me, it's like bass nectar, right? It's like just hits your soul. Just I definitely chill on that music. That would be the way to do it, huh? VIP. Then you have room room to breathe. Wow, just dropping, huh? I'll bet. It's a crazy weekend. Fun weekend though, probably, huh? You said you went with. Oh, I guess you didn't say that, but see, that's how best memories are made with the people you love. Going having those types of experiences. That's the one thing that I not regret. I guess the one thing that I never took a chance on was a Dreddy Mama. never took a chance on one. They always seemed too tough for me. I always wanted to be with the Dready Mama though. We used to hang out with a lot of, like when I lived in Lansing. We when my friends were going to college, I never went to college, but when my friends were going to college, we hung out with a lot of like actual deadheads that were still touring with what was left of the Grateful Dead, and then a lot of the Fish people came through. So those are a lot of the festy people that I dealt with. Detroit started the music. I mean, I could see that. There's a lot of things that come. A lot of people don't realize how many people came from Michigan that have done big things. It's wild. It's really crazy. Like even the road system came out of Michigan. Obviously, that's where cars were first manufactured at, so they were the ones that needed it the most. But there's a lot of things that came out of Michigan that I think Michiganders take for granted. Cereal, right? Yep. What is it? I want to say Grand Rapids, but I don't think that's right. Because it's not Kalamazoo, but maybe it was Kalamazoo. Yeah, yeah, but let's not talk about him because Mr. Cereal Man and his yogurt. I'm not. I don't stand behind him. uh, I got into a conversation with somebody that was listening to one of his podcast or a podcast about Kellogg, and I was like, "Did you get to the part about the yogurt?" They were like, "No." I was like, "Well, wait till you get to that part. You might think of them a little bit differently." I mean, even like rock and roll kind of came out of Detroit, like real rock and roll. Everybody from Kiss to Ted Nugent to Alice Cooper, two companies in the same city. Yeah, and I believe that they were brothers, weren't they? Post and Kellogg's. They're like, what can we do with all this? Oh, how about we break it up and throw it into a stove and cook it until it's until it's like a rock. Uh, Fredbear bows, some of the best bows out there. I don't know about nowadays, but definitely for the longest time. There we go. We're packaging now. Look at this. Well, I hope OpenAI enjoys all my training data I'm giving them. I always wonder what their servers do whenever I get on. I'm sure nothing. I'm sure it's just a breed, like a blink of their stuff. But I always wonder. How long? 20 minutes, probably. Glad I'm in good company. Damn. you can poison their training by getting on free plan and giving it you biases a lot. I started doing that. I started running stuff through just a completely free account, and I did notice that because it's not trained to how I operate, and it didn't have any of, like, it wasn't hooked up to Google Drive or anything like that. And I also noticed that the free one was a lot more like, oh my god, this is brilliant, rather than being like, wait a minute, let's hold up, let's look at this, let's see what this is, let's run a test on this first before we say it's brilliant. Because that's what I love about my GPT account, because it'll call me out. And I've had it, like, it swears at me and says, no, this ain't, this ain't good. We really need to get this shit together, or what. Like, I've had some pretty funny responses from it before. Oh, okay. No, getting on it and giving biases a lot. Okay. No, my brain went somewhere different. Yeah, just like arguing with it, telling it that the world's flat or something like that. I've argued that the world is flat on a free account before, just to see where it would go. I've done that with Claude too. It is kind of funny and wild how what you can get it to say once you're like backing it into a corner. Which is also why I like to have all the verification checks and stuff like that, just to know that it's not just agreeing with me, just to keep me prompting. Claude is best at pushback based on benchmarks. But the pushback that Claude gives is too, what is it? It's too confident about its pushbacks, even when you know that it's wrong. Like, even when you have proof, you know. Because when I was developing the phase coherent identity for what I believe consciousness is and how it's created in the brain, like, I literally had to go and download the scientific papers and the scientific data myself and upload it directly. Like, it wouldn't search for it. It wouldn't, like, not really search. It wouldn't crawl for it, and it couldn't find it. So I had to actually get it and upload it and be like, no, actually, 40, 40, 40 mH isn't what the brain operates on, because they put actual live nodes on a brain, and it was getting somewhere. It was getting up to 90. So, but then that falls back into what we were talking about the other night about uh, like consensus. The consensus is that the brain operates at 40, but the reality of the tests that happen says it operates at 90. Yep, and the dude had to cut a brain open and actually put the nodes right on the tissue of the brain. So, do you know how playing music works on YouTube, like on YouTube Live like this. If I were to play music, does it have to be what is it called? Public domain music? Because I'm not trying to sell anything. Because I was thinking about that earlier. Since I'm not trying to sell anything, you think it would still give me a strike? I should probably test it before I do it right on a live build, though, huh? Okay, good, because I'm not even close. Not even gonna try. I appreciate subscribers and followers just to follow along with it, but I don't want to get paid by YouTube and then have to pay taxes on that. Psh, what's that about? As income? Psh. Yep, not doing it to become a millionaire or even a thousandaire. Doing it because my brain is making me. Yeah, I've seen that where people are like, "Give me your favorite song" or whatever. People used to have playlists and views, and viewers would put music on, but they got crazy. Yeah, I can imagine. But I think, but I think I know a loophole. You can let us in. What's the loophole? What if the producer music it's open source? What if the producer music it's open source? You know a good producer? I know a couple. I know a lot of people. Polish ambassador. Okay, I know quite a few people who are in the music industry, or at least used to be in the music industry. They even went to college for it and everything. But now they don't do that. I think I only know one person who still does what they went to college for, and he's a civil engineer. Like he designs roads. That's the way to do it. Said, check him out. It's really good. He gave me all music away, just donations, and that's the way to do it, right? Because that's one thing I always hate about selling anything is I don't know. First off, how much money they have, how much they're willing to spend on something that they like, and if they like it and they don't have the money to get it, I don't think that should eliminate them from having something that's going to inspire them or something that's going to like help them out get through life. Come on, guy. Let's see. Inspected archive checksum. Search Google Drive. Extract source. Search documents. Inspected. Search. Listed. Search. Define. Generate package script. Verify integrity of content. Inspected. installer source for cleanup, verification functions, verifying package integrity, and installer rollback logic. So now we're at the end. You mean I can play his tunes now? Oh, then I'd have to turn my music off. But definitely, I guess on my next live, I'll play music. I'm trying some. Uh, I'm trying a couple different things on YouTube right now because it's I don't know. It's hard to explain my thought process, and it's probably not right. I'm listening to it on my bone conductors. It's really low, but it's just more. It's Neil Kennedy's a lot. I've been so into that guy. The way that he plays the violin is ridiculous, and he has like an attitude to it too. You know. The reason I'm not playing it is because I didn't want to get a strike because when after you upload after you're done with the live it says like checked and verified uh, uh, the contents to make sure that there's nothing in it like that. And I was assuming that that was checking for music, you know, music and words and anything like that. Yep, I would just hate for any of these to get a strike on them because that would suck to be like have all the build videos work except for two of them because oh really? Let's try this first. Expecting generated rollback script for new line escape issue. Oh yeah. Although I know that it's like going through and doing a lot of work, it's kind of annoying because I'm used to just bang 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 check bang 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 check. I'm almost wondering if I should just be using 5.5. it does this one more time, I'm just going to switch back to 5.5 and then use this for checks. This is ridiculous. And I was sitting over here giving 5.6 cell props. Oh, he's just doing it all at once. That's crazy. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. "35 minutes." I think because it's building the whole manifest structure all at once, rather than piece by piece and layering it on top in modules. I think it's building it all at once, which is cool, I guess, but that's not what I expected it to do. So it's building the whole meaning structure manifest all at once. So it's building all of this all at once, the bidirectional kernel. I thought we would build one and then the other. Hey. Huh. But it's building the whole kernel all at once, which is cool because then it'll all be contained. I'll know that it'll all run off with itself, but yeah, so right now it's building the whole language kernel. That's why it's taking so long. But like I said, I'm used to it actually like building the modules and slices. Installer payload, rollback, generated package, inspected installer source, verified package integrity, and rollback log. So I wonder if it's just building the whole schema. Which I'm down for it, but but here we are. So everybody that's on 5.6 sol right now needs to get off so that I can use the GPUs. Script for new line escape issues. Where are we at? What's it doing? Expected generated rollback script, new line escape issues. Yep, that's what it looks like. It is. That's what he keeps saying is format, format, format. That's crazy because I'm used to having it have me do all of this stuff. But now it looks like it's testing it all before it sends it now. Okay, what they say they have 1 billion tokens. I guess I'm gonna use every one of them. Yeah, so it's stuck on the rollback script. I think it's format, like you said, syntax error, directed at line 51. Oh, jeez. It's almost time for food, too. Dang it. Just keep staring at it, and it'll eventually, huh? Let's see. Failure and rollback required. Yeah, I'll bet you this line right here is what's holding it up. And it's probably setting up to link into that because that's going to be the next step. But 51 minutes. Ay, ay, ay. All right, yeah, I'm gonna go grab some food real quick, and hopefully this happens. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. What's up, YouTube? All right, we're gonna end this here. Again, I guess we're just gonna wait for this to do what it does, and then come back on with the next one and start from here. So appreciate you watching, and I hope the next couple builds can go a little better. So AI.Web out for now, y'all.